So you're welcome back. 20 overs have gone. May have resolved the internet issues that have been plaguing us all day, so apologies for that. MCC are progressing nicely. Peter on strike. They're 127 for 3. David Russell is on the non-striker's end. Adam Hickey has picked up 2 wickets. And Ryan Joyce has also picked up a wicket. A wide ball. It's caught away, but backward gully position there, or Asmat is fielding for no run. That one's cut away to point for no run, where Matt Ford fields. And that's the end of the over. Good over there by Hickey, just the one off it, the wide. 128 for 3 off the So welcome back to today's match between the Munster Heat and the MCC. Unfortunately, there was a bit of an incident there as the wicketkeeper had an accident and he's out of the play. I think Swarup Burra is now the wicketkeeper. So best wishes to Jaden. So as it stands, it's 129 for 3 off 21.3 overs. 3 balls remaining in Ryan Joyce's spell, or in Ryan Joyce's over. So Peter is facing, and David Russell is on the non-strikers end. So once again, apologies to everyone out there who missed nearly 20 overs. It's well fielded by Adam Hickey in the third slip. Big cheer for him there. He dropped 2 catches earlier on today, but this time he feels pretty well. So last ball of this over. And that's defended again by Peter. A good over there for Ryan Joyce. He's now 4 overs, 1 for 11. Aforementioned Adam Hickey will come on to bowl. 2 overs, 2 for 8. He got the big wicket of Gooms. Caught by hand by Jaden Sierra. Feather of an edge. David Russell will face him now. He just flights that up to him. David drives it back to Hickey. Bit quicker this time. Zubair Hassan Khan fields, and as he does, he's doing a few press-ups. It'll be a wide ball. David was looking to pull that one, but missed out. Same shot. Back to Zubair. Fielding in a mid-wicket position. David goes on the back foot and defends this one again. And one to come in this over now. This time it's a wide ball. Hickey miscuing his line again. Russell yet to pull that one. Bit straighter this time by Hickey to finish off his over. And 132 for 3 of 23 overs. Wide ball there by Joyce. Continues from the River Lee end. That's cut away. Behind backward point for a boundary. Nice looking shot there by Peter. Might be a leg bye coming here now. They may look for 2. And it is a leg bye. Top ball there by Joyce. Russell looking to drive that one. It's flicked off the hips there. Beautiful looking shot. It may go all the way. And it does. Lovely looking shot. And Russell gets his first boundary of the afternoon. So, kind of a scorecard at the moment. Sam Evison was caught by Ishan O'Sullivan, bowled by Adam Hickey for 39. It's well defended by Russell. And that'll end Joyce's over. Shelvin Gooms was caught by Jaden Sierra, bowled by Adam Hickey for 69. 6 fours and 5 sixes. He was hitting it to all areas of the park. Sunil Gupta was caught by Jaden Sierra, bowled by Ryan Joyce for 2. And Peter is 5 not out. And David is also 5 not out. Bowling wise, Zubair Hassan Khan, 6 overs, none for 36. Esmatal Ibrahimi, 4 overs, none for 24. I'll go back to the action there. Top bowler for Adam Hickey. This time he's bowled it down leg. And Peter and Dave will take a quick single. No fielder there by the square leg. So it'll be an easy run. And that's well defended by Russell. Driven there to Matt Ford. Russell goes on the back foot to defend that one by Hickey. Bowling a little bit fuller. Lovely looking shot there. But it's well fielded by Ryan Joyce down at the boundary. Russell pick up a couple. Oh, it's deemed a boundary. That's the end of the over. And the MCC are 148 for 3 off 25 overs. Brandon Kruger coming back on. This time he's changed ends and he's bowling from the Riverlea end. He's bowled 3 overs so far for 25 runs. Bit expensive today. Normally a bit more economical. Russell tries to sweep that one, but hits him on the pad. Half appeal for an LBW, but it was certainly going down leg. This time he does connect with the ball. Just drives that down to long on for one. Half of appeal there by one or two players, but going down leg I would imagine, and a bit high as well. And that ends Brandon Kruger's over. 4 overs, none for 27. So Ashil will come on, replacing Adam Hickey. Bit fuller this time. Peter digs it out. Nice looking ball there by Ashil. Plays his cricket from County Galway Cricket Club. And Railway Union in Dublin. Peter defends the last ball of the over. 27 gone, 153 for 3. Dave Russell defends the first ball from Kruger. Brandon Kruger from Cork Harlequins Club. That's swept. All the way down to a 45 position. Solid defence there by Russell. Takes one step down the track. Blocks that one. Pulls that one this time. Over to Matt Ford just for a single. So kind of a deep point area. That brings Peter the Daniel on strike. There's an appeal for an LBW. The umpire nods his head. I think it struck him on the back pad. And it's given. That's the 4th wicket down now. So today's on-field captain, Russell. Frost. Ali Frost will join the party. Ashiel will continue from the city end, the Mardyke walk end. Starts with a dot. David Russell on strike. Taking his time today, drives that down. Well defended. Ashiel not giving many room. This time it's gone straight up in the air. Who will look for it? I'll take. No, it's not. It's dropped by Zubair Hassan Khan. Looked almost a dolly of a catch to take. He was right underneath it. There's about 3 catches now put down today in the field. Russell will pick up a single. Beautiful looking shot there by Ali Frost to get off the mark for a single. Straight down the ground. Ryan Joyce fields. Long on position, back on the boundary. Russell fix that off the hips. And they'll pick up a single. It's the end of the over. 157 for 4 of 29 overs. Russell goes down on one knee, tries to slog sweep Kruger. But limited contact on the bat there. This time a bit shorter or slower, and it's deceived Russell, and he's bowled. Slower ball did it for him this time. Kruger flighted that up, and a lovely wicket. Russell has played very well. It's 14 off 36 balls. And Lukens comes into bat. So Jay Lukens comes into bat. Faces his first ball. Half an appeal there by Kruger for an LBW. That's the end of the over. 157 for 5 of 30. 10 overs remaining in the MCC innings. Fuller ball to start there for Akil. Defended by Ali Frost. There for Akil. Defended by Ali Frost. Driven to Kruger there by mid wicket for no run. Good bit of bowling here by Akil. Just 4 runs coming off his 2.3 over so far. This time is a bit shorter, and Ali's able to capitalise on that as he drives that one down the ground. There's a bit of a race on there by Lukens. He scrambles back for a single. MCC will be looking for about 200 today. Bit of an edge there from Lukens. Just takes up a single. The concert has returned in the park behind me, and I think they're singing the Ukrainian national anthem. It's whipped away hard by Frost. Just for a single. 160 for 5 off 31 now. 9 overs remaining. Frost will get a single off Kruger. This time is defended. Lukens defends. And I'm delighted to be joined by the tour captain for the MCC, Hugh Pilkington.
Hi there.
Hi, Hugh.
Good afternoon.
You'll have to speak in a little bit, closer to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
It's not your first time over in Cork, is it, Hugh?
No, I'm a bit of a veteran of this trip now, actually. It's probably my 7th as a player on these trips. But strangely enough, as fate would have it, I played here as an 11-year-old.
Did you?
in a tour match that my dad was playing in as part of his old club. So I think I inside edged one, and I haven't scored a run here since. So
I can't believe you remember that.
Well, I think my dad is more than happy to remind me of that one when he's when he gets a chance. It's always lovely to be here. It's a beautiful ground, and it's always been great fun, and we're very well looked after here at the Mardyke and by Munster Cricket.
It's fantastic, and you come, I think, twice a year. There's the Irish kind of MCC. They travel down to Kerry now for the last few years, down to the Oyster Oval, and would you describe it as the English MCC, or
the MCC comprises a sort of global cricket club in many ways. Obviously, its home is in.
Well, that's pulled away nicely. Lovely looking shot there by Lukens, and he'll pick up a boundary for his trouble. A bit shorter this time by Kruger, which straight down leg.
It's obviously the home of cricket, being Lord's Cricket Ground, but the MCC's membership comprises of members from all around the globe. But we're very very lucky to have a strong playing contingent in the Republic of Ireland and in Northern Ireland as well, and an increasing number of fixtures out in Ireland as well is great to see.
Yeah, I was going to say. So we were talking to the young man behind me, Killian, and I think I made an error with it. I was told number 8 was instead of Gavin was Lukens coming in, but it seems there's a Paul Ryan.
This is number 7 in now.
Oh man, right. We'll get it right eventually. I'll sort that out later. So obviously the MCC, everybody knows about the MCC. Do you know much about the history of the club itself?
Plenty of recent history in terms of my involvement. I'm not sure I'd be the best place to give the longer potted history from our side, but in terms of the cricket that we play now, the MCC plays, I think there are nearly 500 out matches that the club plays every summer across a number of clubs, schools, and of course a number of tours as well. Not just to Ireland, but to a number of places around the world, to try and spread the good word about cricket and try and encourage cricket to be played in and within the spirit of the game.
And is that the ethos of the MCC?
Very much so. Very much so. Play hard, play fair is very much at the ethos of everything that we do. So, what's been really good about the games that I've been involved in as a match manager, as a player, as a candidate, has been quite how nicely it brings together players from all sorts of different clubs, different backgrounds, and everyone's sort of fairly well unified by the kind of common love of cricket, but also the love of playing it in the right way.
Oh God, nearly chopped on there. Very unlucky there by Ashil. And obviously Munster always love having the MCC here because it gives players who wouldn't normally represent, say, the Munster Reds a chance to play against a very good and MCC team. And obviously with the word, and just as we speak there, I think that's Ryan that's out. I think he tried to play a sweep that top edged it, I think.
Not looked at his fluent best today,
No.
his old PR, but still with a couple of games still to go, he'll be able to put it right, I'm sure. But just top edge that one.
We were talking to Killian about the process of joining the MCC, and it seems that it's the right way of doing it, to kind of have get 1 or 2 seasons to see if you can get up to the standard of it. What's the type of standard that the MCC look for in a candidate?
Well, I mean, the ideal candidate really is, clearly has an interest and a love of cricket, has plays cricket to a strong first 11 standard is usually the way that the way that the recruitment process works. But going back to the sort of messaging I was talking about, the spirit of cricket, it really appreciates I suppose the finer details of fair play. That's respecting your opposition, respecting the umpires. It's walking if you've hit one, and really playing the game in the right way. And we've seen a couple of incidents of that already with two catches behind today, where the batsman has walked off before the umpires need to make a decision, which is what we like to see.
And it's something
even though it's even though it's not in their best interest.
No, but it's something that, so over time, sometimes I see it in our own domestic games that players won't walk until knowing damn well that they've they've edged it behind. But it's that spirit of cricket that makes cricket the game it is. The fair play and honesty, and it's something that all sports should have.
Absolutely, I agree. I mean, I'm still a firm believer that cricket is a real leveller. That if you don't walk for one, when you've hit it, at some point down the road, it'll come back and bite you as well. You ride the rough and the smooth.
So Max Egan has come on to replace Brandon Kruger.
What's been really nice about being back to the Mardyke for another year is actually going back to a point you were saying about Munster cricket, is over that time what we've seen is a real development of players from promising young talent into flourishing, men's cricketers, adult cricketers, and it's been great watching and seeing on the social media and through Twitter and through your site, seeing the success on the field recently of players who we've come across for years. And I mean, Brandon is one of the examples of the players playing today, as is Zubair, who I think possibly 3 or 4 years ago was really raw.
That's a big hit there by Ali Frost, and that's well taken by Ryan. Big shot that. You're right, and I think I remember that Zubair got a Spirit of Cricket Award after one of the games, Man of the Match after one of the games years ago.
And it's a great testament to all the work that all the coaches and the team at Munster Cricket do, that he has been able to progress from that sort of young raw talent into very consistent bowler, and looking forward to watching him have a bat later as well, because he really does hit.
Remember that big hitter? Yes, indeed. He also got, I think, 1 or 2 years in the Irish Academy as well.
That's right.
So it's good that there's a bit of talent spotting around, and Munster obviously has been below a lot of the other unions, but this year now, our emerging team here, the emerging Heat, or the Munster Heat, won the emerging series for the first time.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which was fantastic. I think that's Killian coming in now.
It is.
We had Killian on earlier on, and he also played down in Kerry as well earlier on this season. He's a very good commentator, him. He knows the game inside out. So it's Paul Ryan isn't batting at the moment. I can't edit it, so it's Lukens who's batting with Killian. Killian is bright red helmet.
Having got off to such a strong start, we're really making a little bit of a Horlicks of the latter part of this innings.
I think you were 116 for no wicket.
It's a sterling effort from the middle order there, but
I didn't want to mention anything. I'm glad you brought it up. Fuller ball there, Max Egan. And even Max there, I've never seen. This guy started for Cork Harlequins in the forts, and has worked his way up. And this guy has worked so hard. He wouldn't be the most talented guy, and he would admit that. But his work rate has even, he's nearly at the one stage. So it's great to see him out there today. So where else have you played this summer?
This summer with MCC, I've played a few games in London.
Right.
A couple of games up where I live in South Oxfordshire, and actually a game back home in where my parents live in Lincolnshire. So.
Oh, lovely. So just spread around the south, really, isn't it?
Well, it's spread all over the UK. I think it's taken me as sort of far north as Glasgow and as far south as Southampton to play games. So I think that's
I'd say you've seen some.
You can see a fair bit of the country.
Yeah, but that's fantastic, isn't it? And what's your favourite ground that you've visited? Apart from down here. Apart from down here, obviously.
It's always the Mardyke.
Yeah, you have to say that. But in England and the UK, what would be your favourite ground now you've travelled to with the MCC?
It's a very good question. I think there are some very picturesque school grounds up and around the country with beautiful facilities that have been amazing to play at in my time. Westminster is an interesting one. That Westminster School is an interesting one that we played in this season. That was actually managed by David Russell, who batted earlier today.
Okay.
But the ground itself is really in the middle of central London, just between Westminster and Pimlico. So sits as this kind of amazing oasis in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the city. I hate to think how much it's worth as the value of the land, but
can't think like that.
Number of zero.
There's a chance of a run out here.
Always dropped it.
Unfortunately I think that's Esmat out there. Beautiful throw in. Unfortunately, Swaroop couldn't take it cleanly.
Difficult task for Swaroop coming in after the injury.
Yeah.
To take over a job. Speaking as a wicket keeper myself, it's one that you definitely need to be in the focus zone for. So being dropped in at last minute is
swept by Killian over the head of the keeper. Will come back just for the single. It's good fielding out there by Mir Hansa.
And how about yourself in terms of grounds in Ireland? Where would you say, other than the Mardyke, of course, is your favourite ground?
I've been to a couple of grounds now. We went up to the Hills live stream there a couple of weeks ago, which is up out in North County Dublin, which is beautiful ground. And then there were some other unusual ones around Northern Ireland, a lot of them going towards, I'll say it right now, Derry, stroke Londonderry, up the road there. There's some lovely little pocket grounds, Fox Lodge and all up going towards the city. I wouldn't really have, then you look at, say, Clontarf I love because it's an old international ground,
And of course Killian's club.
Oh yeah, it is, yeah, to be fair, yeah. I think Paul got one there, yeah. But then you look down, even in Munster, there's some pretty grounds like Lismore, which is on the grounds of Lismore Castle. I think it's the Duke of Devonshire who owns that land there. And the Oyster Oval down in Kerry, so picturesque with the Tralee Bay in front of you, and then you've got the mountains across the bay. So Egan will continue from the river end.
Good excuse to get some more fixtures.
Yeah, I know. Nicely looking shot. He leaned into that one. I was mentioning to we had Matt Brewster on. You might have known Matt as well. He started playing against you, I think, about 3-4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think do you remember when PJ Moore scored a ton down here?
I do.
It was a magnificent 100.
It's still fetching the balls that he hit over.
Yeah, I think one into the river. Yeah.
That one's etched into my memory, unfortunately, or fortunately. It was really nice to watch.
I know. And it was a beautiful day as well, if I remember well. Even to wide this time. And you had no trouble with the flights coming in this morning?
We were extremely lucky to have a clear run with all the well-publicised chaos that you see about airports and baggage concerns. We were straight in, straight on, 15 minutes early to arrive, and flew through security and everything else on this side. So, thankfully a clear run.
Cork is the best place to come into, isn't it?
I think also, given the protocols that were in place during COVID last year when we travelled over, it's nice to be getting back to something closer to normal. It certainly makes my life as a coordinator and
of course
everything a lot easier.
No PCR tests.
No signing your name in at the door, and it's easier for players in the team to share rooms and all of that thing. Of course, the bar curfew time being lifted also might be helpful.
I think that would be helpful.
I wouldn't know too much about that. Oh dear.
Oh, and that's caught by, I think that's Zubair. Nice catch. He's made up for his drop earlier on.
It's Wilson.
That's Lukens, who departs for 4. Surely you'd be eyeing up 200 at this stage. About 5 overs to go.
I think probably take it at this stage, but
sorry, did you say Wilson, wasn't it?
It's Wilson coming in now, yeah.
So Adam Wilson. Where's Adam from?
Adam, he's originally from Sheffield, but
right.
plays his cricket in northwest London for Brondesbury, which is my club.
Oh, brilliant! What standard would your club be now?
So Brondesbury play in the Middlesex League Division 1, which is the league below the Premier League,
right?
The Middlesex Premier League. Brondesbury are currently top of that league with 2 games to play. So. Couple of exciting weeks ahead and a top of the table clash on Saturday as well.
Oh, fantastic! Do many go to these games now? Would you have many supporters going? Wilson gets off the mark with a single after a full toss by Egan.
Not as many as you'd hope for, I think, but the introduction of Frog Box and the ability of having play cricket online means that lots of people, I'm sure, old players and players in other teams will be keeping a keen eye on the score as the day goes on. It's nice to be able to keep track in live terms.
So Zubair Hassan Khan comes back on.
So I think this is going to be an interesting match against Adam Wilson because he's one of our faster bowlers. So if Zubair decides he's going to drop a few short, so it'll be interesting to see what gets served up in return.
Sometimes I wonder, do the fast bowlers actually have plans in their head for batsmen? Or do they just try and bowl as quick as they can?
Speaking as a very, very slow bowler at best, I mean, do well to describe myself as a bowler in any context, but I wouldn't hazard to guess.
Yeah.
I see, that's the fast bowlers union there. A full delivery, half volley on leg stump.
And Adam gratefully accepts. Gets a single for his troubles. So it's yeah. Yeah. Killian drives that down the ground. A beautiful looking shot. Splits the fielders for a boundary. Yeah, the live streaming is actually really good because you can see a game anywhere around the world these days. You know, club game, it doesn't matter.
Means there are fewer and fewer places to hide, I suppose. You know,
It's true.
difficult to say that you were out and you got a good delivery when you see the replay and stumps are all over the place, your head's in the air. And,
What I find sometimes is that there are more views after the stream has ended than during the stream.
is that typically by the person that scored all the runs watching it back?
Correct. And letting his parents or cousins know I'm on TV.
Well, I've shared the link to the feed with a few friends from home.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
hopefully there are a few people listening in.
Yeah. So hello to all. As I say, apologies for earlier on. There was a bit of a nice looking shot there by Adam. Kruger is chasing. They'll come back for two. We had a concert earlier on that ate up all the bandwidth. And it's happened before. Once before, there was a big concert last year, and it's exactly the same. It's so frustrating. And then I don't know what happened. I know there's another concert going on here now because it's obviously Ukrainian Independence Day from. I think I've heard the Ukrainian national anthem about 3 times now today. I nearly know it off by heart.
I'll be asking for a rendition later.
No, thanks. Oh, well fielded there by Max Egan. It's the end of the over. It's 187 for 8 off 37. 3 overs remaining.
Just to come back to one of the things we were talking about MCC cricket, and I think is really one of the big advantages from my perspective is that obviously we come back every year, and since taking this fixture over in 2020, try to bring a group of players a mix of players that have come before and from and those who haven't, and actually it's nice to see those teams gel over the space of the 3 days we're here, but also after. If there's a test match at Lords or something, and you see the WhatsApp group light up because one of the tourists from 2016 has come over from Ireland to the game, and it's just nice to have that community. Sometimes when you're involved in your club cricket, you don't see very much further than your own teammates and all the rest. And the nice thing about the group that we've got here is that I don't think there's much of a clique of any players that play for one particular club. There's a real range of players from around Ireland and the UK that actually, when it comes to coming back on a Saturday and say Bronsbury are playing against Hampstead, like we have players from Bronsbury and Hampstead in today, that actually there's more of a reason to have a chat in the bar afterwards as well. And,
of course.
And, that's one of the huge perks, I think, for me. It's just widening that cricket community.
Yeah. A group of buddies getting together.
Exactly.
It's a lovely looking shot there, cover drive by Killian.
He's looking in fine form today.
He is. He moves to 12. Partnership of 15 now. MCC looking to hit that 200 mark. Even this Heat team, you have so many different clubs from Munster who normally would be, playing against each other. And because I think the culture of That one's pulled in the air. That might be taken, yes, and it's taken by Ishan O'Sullivan from Cork County. Good catch there by Ishan.
Nice little cameo from McDonald there as well.
But the culture of even having lunch together seems to have gone, and therefore you don't get to know your opposition. And even having a drink in the bar afterwards, or you discuss how you got out or how you got them out, and a bit of banter. That seems to have disappeared, and I'd love to see it coming back.
I think sometimes one of the things that falls away, especially when you're playing the shorter format of the game, is really that, because actually it's so dependent on a quick format that actually you sometimes run the risk of losing that.
Sorry, I interrupted you there.
Not a worry. Of losing the other bits that exist beyond just the game itself. So.
So Steve is the last man in. And do you have any new players this year that have joined the tour?
We have a few players in the squad that haven't been to Cork before, and a few that haven't come to Ireland to play cricket before as well.
Right.
Adam Wilson, who's just played a late dab down to third man, being one of them. Of course, we had Killian with us last year.
Yes.
And also Paul Ryan and David Russell from this group. The others are either new to the tour or.
It's well struck there.
Should be safe.
Yeah, Matt Ford out there. His father was the ex-Ireland coach, Graham
Ford.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to have him here. They picked up a single. So 2 overs remaining, 195 for 9.
MCC can just nudge it up above 200. I think we'd have been happy with that at the start of the day. I think
the way you were motoring looked like 250, 300 at the start of the power play, especially.
It's a funny old game how it ebbs and flows, but it's credit to the Munster team for bringing it back, and I think it's been interesting to watch because the level of control that the spinners have shown has really paid dividends for Munster today.
So Zubair bowling his final over now. Zubair also plays for Terranure in Dublin, and he's one of the only players that I know of, right, that played in an All-Ireland T20 final for Cork Harlequins last week, and then now this week he's playing in the All-Ireland National Cup final for Terranure. So he double jobbing.
He wears a number of hats.
Absolutely.
Pleased that Steve Stacey's got through that first ball. The last match we played together, he didn't quite last that long, so
he must be thrilled.
The pressure off the shoulders. Let's see what he's got with this next delivery.
He's going to swing hard. Is he a bowler?
He is, yeah. He should be opening the bowling for us today with Adam. And bowls left arm seam.
Tricky. Coming across you. Always hate it. And he'll get off the mark here. Unless it's deemed a leg bye.
Giving us runs. Huh?
Yeah.
I think Steve will take that one.
Classic bowler, quick bowler's shot there. Pulling to cow corner. So it's 199 for the MCC for 9. Very still day here at the Mardyke. Bit of cloud around us, and the kind of dead heat that we had last week seems to have has disappeared. It's the wide, and that'll bring up the 200 mark. You must have been dying in that heat.
It was incredibly oppressive for what seemed like sort of two or 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
I was actually just thinking about and thinking how remarkably green it still looks here. All of the grass seems to have been bleached white at home. It's really a sight to see. But that is straight up.
Adam, I think that's Adam Hickey under it, and Adam will take it.
200 and done.
200. Is that it? I think it's 200. And I'm going to add a couple of wides here to make my score tally with the actual score. So it is 200 all out. And Hugh, I'll say thank you very much for joining me.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and good luck with your fielding. You're not bowling at all, no?
No, not for me. It would be a very short game if I were to do so. But hopefully rallying the troops into an interesting second half of this match. But
yeah.
Thanks again.
No problem.
Cheerio.
Talk to you in a bit. So yeah, that's the end of the MCC innings. Thank you so much to Hugh for joining me in the commentary box. I think there'll be a short lunch. I think they're a bit behind time. And please join us in about 15-20 minutes where the Munster Heat team will begin their innings. Thank you. So, welcome back to the Munster Heat innings. They're chasing 201 against the MCC. It'll be Steve Stacey opening, and the two batsmen there making their way to the centre is Achille, I think he said to me, and Swaroop Burra. Swaroop has the green helmet, Achille has the black helmet. So Steve will start from the Mardyke walk end. While we're waiting, just go through the scorecard. Sam Everson was caught by Ishan O'Sullivan, bowled by Adam Hickey for 39 with 6 fours. Shelvin was caught by Jaden Sierra, bowled by Adam for 69. Great knock by him, 6 fours and 5 sixes. Sunil Gupta was caught by Jaden Sierra, bowled by Ryan Joyce for 2. Peter was trapped LBW by Adam Hickey for 9. David Russell was bowled by Brandon Kruger for 14. The MCC team just kind of tailed away then. Ali Frost was caught by Ryan Joyce, bowled by Max Egan for 6. Paul Ryan was caught by Mir Hamza, bowled by Ashil for 5. Lukens was caught by Zubair Hassan Khan, bowled by Max Egan for 4. Killy MacDonald was caught by Ishan O'Sullivan, bowled by Max Egan for 12. Adam Wilson was caught by Adam Hickey, bowled by Zuhair Hassan for 12. And Steve Stacey, who's opening the batting now, was not out for 1. There were 27 extras in that 200 that the MCC made. And I think Declan is checking that the bowler is okay. We'll be underway very shortly. So the left-hander Ashil is facing. Nice quick bowling there by Steve for a dot. And Ashil defends. The sharp bowling from Steve. Bit of a lunge there by Ashil, trying to drive that one. Beats the bat though. And again, that should conclude the first over. Maiden to begin with for the MCC. Munster yet to get off the mark. So Adam Wilson will open from the Riverlee end. Ooh, that's come off the wicket keeper onto the knee end. They'll scramble through for a quick single. Looks to be a bye, I would imagine. Yeah, and the bye is given. So Munster Heat are off the mark. And I'm delighted to be joined by the captain of the Munster Heat, Brandon Kruger.
Hi Joe, how are you?
Good afternoon to you. How are you keeping?
Not too bad. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we brought it back very nicely.
Yeah, they were motoring along well up to that power play. It was extremely good, wasn't it?
No, I think they were on for 300 at one point.
I thought that too. But
very happy with that.
Spinners kind of pulled it back in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, no, I think definitely happy with this total.
So Brandon, it's your first year being captain of the Munster Heat. You've had a very successful year.
Yes, no, it's gone fairly well. I think couldn't have asked for much better, to be honest.
Oh, I think he touched the bat as it was going through. Unfortunate there for Wilson. But Akil will pick up his first boundary.
Yeah, looking to leave that. Yeah, 2 mans and then...
Yeah. Hold on, I'll fix your mic there.
Yep, sounds better.
Yeah, but much better, thanks.
Cool.
So, ye played in the emerging series and you had your first tournament win. You left it to the very end, did you, that day? I think it was against the Northwest.
Yep, Northwest.
The emerging team.
Last over. I think they needed 9 off it.
And you'll have to talk in.
All right. I think they needed 9 off the last over, and then they got a boundary, and then I really started panicking. And then they just had a bit of a brain fart, blocked one. One guy ran, both batsmen at the same end, and we got a run out.
Wow, amazing. But overall, how did you think your team performed during that series?
Very good, and I think a lot of it was down to sort of team performances. It was like we didn't really have one person score runs every week or one person take wickets. Like it was a bit of everybody contributed throughout, so it was very good. And I thought the attitude of the group was very good. There was a lot of energy, a lot of encouragement, and a lot of support for one another.
We're having a bit of a pause at the moment in the game as they're rooting through the hedge. The curse of all cricketers, looking for balls.
Smallest of holes in the net.
It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, what was your best win, did you find? Out of all the whole series?
It would have to be the game against the Bolts down here, because we had to win that game plus then 2 more.
Yeah.
So, and they were unbeaten until they played us, so that was probably our biggest game, and that went down to the last over as well. So no, I'd say that would be.
It was played in unusual circumstances, Brandon. Please tell the listeners why.
So about halfway through.
Where was it played first?
It was like normal from the beginning.
No, but where was it played?
Down here at the
Down at the Mardyke.
At the Mardyke, yeah.
Right. So on the screen you can see the Mardyke. So go on, tell your story now.
So we started off, and then after 10 overs, a gentleman came on, and there was a bit of a pause because there was a kids camp at the tennis club next door,
which is from where you're seeing now, the end where the far end of where you're looking at on your screen. Go on, there's a tennis club behind, Sunday's Well Tennis Club.
Yeah, there was. I think they said there were 60 kids aged between 4 and 7.
Lovely.
And they hadn't been notified that there was going to be a game on.
Oh, lovely.
So the umpires and the 2 coaches came together, and they decided that we'd just bowl from the one end, and then we would be given 12 penalty runs.
Why?
Because it was a short boundary towards the tennis club.
Okay.
So that was sort of, I think, to counter that.
Right. So in the second innings you were given a head start of 12 runs,
yeah,
is that right?
We started on 12 runs.
Yeah.
And then in the end they proved quite a handy 12 runs.
Okie dokie. But apart from that, right, you won by how many runs in the end?
We won on the second last ball. I think we ended up winning by 2 wickets or something.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we needed... Oh, actually, it was on the last ball.
Yeah.
Kian Edgerton thought it was the second last ball.
Right.
We needed... Yeah, we needed 3 to win. And or 2 to win, and he said, "No, I've got 2 balls left. It's okay. I can block this one."
Right.
And then they brought the field in, and it was wide outside off, and he hit it through the covers.
Right.
And they ran 3.
Very good. An interesting game.
And we're back live now. Well bowled, nice and short.
And actually well defended there by Akil. Jumped in the air to defend that one. So dot ball to Ashil. Oh, that's well bowled. He's got a set of wheels, this man, doesn't he?
Ashil really loves to go hard early on, make full use of the power play. Loves it to the offside as well.
He needs to get back to ball though. But for me, what was the good thing about the Heat this year was the amount of clubs from Munster that were represented.
Yeah, I think we had...
well played.
Almost everybody. There was Cork County, Galway, Kerry, Harlequins.
Limerick? Was there anybody from Limerick? No? That's alright, 4 out of the 6.
4 out of the 6.
Yeah.
Very good.
Swarup will face his second ball now. The right-hander. Fields Juss. So right hand, left hand combination out there. Just as the MCC had. I don't know, what does it mean to you to play against the MCC as a player?
No, it's very it's special. I mean, it's an elite group of players. It's only by invite, so it's it's a big privilege to play against them, and I'd say it's even bigger privilege to be part of the team. And they're a great bunch of guys. A good spirit of cricket on the field, and off the field, a lot of fun as well.
Half appeal for an LBW, probably straight down leg. And that's the end of the second over. Munster the Heat are 6 for none, off 2. Yeah, what was good, what I see is that they kind of bring the same type of squad over every year. So, like, for the last, I don't know, they've been coming now for 7, 8 years now. And it's good to see that some of the players that were starting their career with the MCC are still playing today.
Yeah, definitely. I've played against a few of them in 2019, I think, so it's nice 3 years later and they're still there.
Hugh was mentioning that earlier on. And to see some of the new blood coming through as well, and especially I think there were 3 or 4 Irish MCC players out there today.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, there's a few.
Including Killian and Paul Ryan.
Alistair Frost.
Oh yeah, Ali, yeah. Oh, well defended there. Felt he could actually have guided that towards point,
Yeah, make use of the guy on the boundary, rotate the strike.
Yeah. So quite start here by the Heat.
Yeah, as you were talking, Joe, single out to sweep a boundary.
Yeah. It was unfortunate to see young Jaden getting injured today.
Yeah. Spoke to his brother earlier, and sounds like he had 2 teeth that are one is no longer there, and the other one is hopefully
hanging on by a thread.
Yeah.
Please God.
So
yeah, it does happen. Unfortunately, poor old wicketkeepers get the brunt of injuries, don't they?
It just sort of riz on him a bit and
Broke
through the gloves.
Broke through his gloves. Yeah, I've had it done to me as well. Swaroop defends that one. Swaroop is from Cork County ground. Here we are in the Mardyke, and Ashiel plays his cricket in Munster for Galway, and also Railway Union. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 players that travel from Railway up to Galway at the weekend on a Sunday. Well defended by Swaroop. He's having a very good year this year, especially in Leinster for Cork County. For Galway. Oh. Apologies. Brandon's remind me he used to play for Cork County last year, didn't he? Yeah.
Oh, that one's fizzed through, a bit of extra pace. Good over so far from Steve Stacey. Just the one off it.
Bit of an edge there, but I think they may get away with it and may go all the way. And there's a diving attempt to stop the ball, but it's gone over the ropes for a boundary.
Much needed boundary for the Munster Heat. They move now to 11 without loss after 3 overs.
So Adam will continue. There's an appeal for a cop behind. Shield doesn't look as though he touched it.
Umpire Archie unmoved.
He must be sweltering in that coat out there. Archie all in grey today. Or brown. Khaki brown, is it?
I'd say a khaki brown.
Khaki brown.
There's a nice little breeze coming across the ground, so it's not too bad. Very disciplined bowling up top from these two.
Solid defence as well by Ashiel. Where does he normally bat for Railway?
He bats 3 for Railway and then opens for Galway.
Okay.
And he's open throughout the Munster Heat.
He's probably one of the quickest fielders I've seen in years.
Across the ground, he's ridiculously quick.
Yeah. Very low backlift he has. And that's well hit. That might be caught though. Oh no.
Mistimed that.
Didn't hit it as cleanly as we thought it did.
I was speaking to him earlier, and he was saying that he's one of the slowest in his team back in India in terms of running.
Serious?
Crazy, isn't it?
Oh my God. So I was talking to Matthew Brewster earlier on about last Sunday. I know you lost, but how did you find about the whole day, the whole occasion in itself?
It was brilliant. I think it's one of the best crowds that I've played in front of, and it was just so nice because pretty much 95% of the people who were here were supporting us as Harlequins, so it was really good, and they got stuck into some of their players, so it was really good. Even some of their guys were saying to us that like the crowd has kept them in the game, and it's made it more enjoyable for them.
Yeah.
Like a pity we didn't get the result. I think we just didn't have enough runs on the board. But I mean, credit to the team. They've worked hard this year, and I think we deserve it. But hopefully next year we take it one step further.
Yeah. An extra slip, I think, has been brought in. Oh, this time.
Good call from Ashiel.
I think Cricket Ireland were pretty happy. It was brilliant to see a final down in Cork for the first time. And especially watching the ladies' match as well, which was a fantastic game.
Very good to watch that, actually.
It's great to see these 2 or 3 internationals playing as well. And to see 100 in the T20 final was fantastic.
Yeah. She batted very well, did Rebecca.
Yeah.
It was very good to watch.
So 2 to finish the 4th over, and the Heat moved to 15 without loss after 4.
Not too bad. Just shy of 4 over here. I think we'll be happy enough with the start.
It's really about not losing any wickets really in the power play, isn't it?
See off these 2 new ball bowlers and hopefully lay a good enough platform. And I mean, we've got a bit of firepower down the order, so
yeah,
I think if we get a good platform, it'll be good for us later on.
An audacious swipe by Swaroop.
Just signalling the ball bounced a bit on him there.
Good test for these batsmen. These 2 opening bowlers are quite accurate, quite quick.
Very disciplined from these 2.
So which format do you prefer now? You've played the season of the first time in about 2 or 3 years of the T20s or limited overs?
I think I'd like to say I prefer 50 overs, but personally I've performed better in the T20, so I'm not too sure.
In what way? The bowling or the batting?
Batting, actually. I
right.
normally struggle a bit in T20s, to be very honest. I felt like recently, the last maybe 2 years. But this year I definitely felt a lot better with it.
Why do you think that is?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think I'm backing myself a bit more now.
Probing questions.
I just changed a few small things technically, but
right.
I think the main thing is sort of just having the confidence when I'm batting. Oh, it's going to be a tight single here. Slight fumble there. Allows the boys to scrape through for a quick single. But no, I think the main thing is I'm now sort of just trusting myself more and trusting that when I practice, I'm practicing with the right mindset, and I'll just sort of carry that through.
I know you struggled a little bit with the batting at the start of the season, and I saw you made one adjustment. Yeah, a little, yeah. the Ducks were racking up at one stage. But look, it happens.
I think it was after 5 games, it's averaging under 1. So it was very tough at the beginning of the season. I thought, this could be a long summer.
But I noticed you made one adjustment to try and break that cycle, was batting outside your crease, and especially when you came to the crease. I noticed that you started walking down. Why did you start walking down to the bowler?
So I was getting out LBW a lot, and I sort of felt I wasn't moving much, so I just thought, okay, if I walk down, my feet will be moving a bit more, it'll put the bowler off his length, and the chance of me the bowling full enough to hit the stumps with me walking down is not very high. So I thought, okay, that at least eliminates getting out LBW, and I sort of hoped the bowlers would bowl a little bit shorter to me.
And did they?
Sometimes it works. I think when we play against sort of very experienced bowlers, then they can adjust their length.
And they can work you out pretty quickly.
Yeah, they work it out. But I prefer it helps me, I think, sort of early on against seam, just to get my feet moving and sort of get me into the innings.
That's fair enough. I suppose you do what you need to do to even get out of that rut.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, it couldn't be any worse, so I thought, okay.
No, it couldn't really.
Now, if I just enjoy
Sorry,
it.
I'm not
I agree. It couldn't have gotten any worse, and I got to the point where I thought, I'm really trying to play correct cricket and grind it out, and I'm still getting out. So I thought, I might as well go out, have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it couldn't be any worse, so I thought, okay, could get a few boundaries, and then maybe I think that's what happened. I went super aggressive the one game. I got a few boundaries, and then all of a sudden I felt, okay, get a few runs.
That's gone through the gully, and it's about a third slip all the way for a boundary. Swarup picks up his second boundary of the day. The Galway player. They have retrieved the ball now.
I think it's just important to not sort of think too much into it, which is easier said than done. I mean, I think there was 10 after 10 games. I only had about 25 runs, so it was very easy to overthink things.
But when you're at rock bottom,
I just thought it can't get any worse. So just try and enjoy it a bit more, and luckily things have turned around a little bit. Nicely defended into the offside there from Swarup.
I was talking to Killian MacDonald earlier on. He was telling me about the leagues in Leinster, that Premier League is so tight that any one of 5 teams can win it. Down here in Munster, there are 3 teams at the moment vying for top dog, with only about 3 or 4 games to go.
This could be tight.
Oh, that's fantastic effort for a run out there. They scrambled through for a single. How are Quins doing this year with in the Premier Division?
I think we're not doing too badly, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've got to win our next 4 games if we want to win the league.
Yeah. It's so tight. I think Galway and Cork County. I think. Kerry. Kerry, you're on top anyway at the moment, and only by a few percent. So I think is anybody who plays against each other, one loss and you could be out of it. It's that tight.
It's good to see. I mean,
it's well played by
coming
Asheen.
Towards the end of the season, and there's still 3 teams in the running.
Now it's been a bit of a stop-start season overall.
So far, I think we've had a good season, winning the T20 competition and the Senior Cup as well. Hopefully we can take it one step further, do the treble and win the league.
There's an appeal for an LBW.
I think there was a bit of bat involved there.
I think it was going down leg as well. But you also played for the Munster Reds as well, Brandon. You got your one over.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to make my debut. Yep.
Yeah. How did you find it?
It was really new. I must say it was very enjoyable. Really good group of lads to be around, and I felt very included straight away. It was nice as well. I went up to the festival up north That looked pretty adjacent, yeah.
And it's given. The batsman,
Not too happy.
no,
We never are, though.
no, we're never out. That can't have been an LBW. So Swaroop has to go.
That brings to the crease now Ryan Joyce.
It's the end of the over. 22 for 1 off 6. Was there anybody there on that Reds team that would have been a kind of a mentor for you?
I think last year I sort of built a relationship a bit with PJ. So I think he would have been the one who I looked up to a lot, and I was lucky enough for him to give me my cap as well.
Ah, that's fantastic. You were unlucky with one catch, I do remember, that was squirming away from you.
Yeah, I was running down the boundary.
Yeah.
It would have been pretty good if I took it, I must say.
Absolutely. It would have been one of the catches of the year.
I didn't get a hand to it though, unfortunately.
But to be fair, the Reds kind of threw that tournament away in the end, didn't they?
Small bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I think going up needing only one win, like we knew if we won on the first day that was it, we won the tournament.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Dockerell's innings was just
it was quite something, I must say. I think he got 69 not out of 27 balls or something like that. So I mean, it's
Joyce fixed that off the pads. Beautiful looking shot there, just for a single. So Ryan Joyce now will face his first ball. And the music continues in the background.
And do you know what that is about?
Yeah, it's Ukrainian Independence Day back in the 90s, in the fall of the USSR.
It's been nice to have a bit of music when we're out on the field. Oh,
it
my
is,
word,
yeah,
that is a good ball.
That looked plumb, didn't it?
On the back foot. Wowzers. Fairly good ball to receive first up.
Yeah. Was the first ball free out there, is it?
It looked like it. It must have been pitching outside.
This time Joyce does get bat to ball.
Yeah, he'll be looking to free his arms as much as he can. Access the offside.
He had a good innings at the final, didn't he?
Yeah, very good. Helped us post a respectable total. Could have been a lot worse.
Oh, it's a dropped and slips. That would have been a sensational catch.
I think that was Ali Frost who put that one down.
Shakes his head.
Ryan looking for an expansive cover drive. Finds the outside edge. Temperature just dropping slightly here.
It's
Bit
got
of a
a
breeze.
It's probably one of the coldest times now I've had in That one's running away to the boundary, but it will be cut off. They will look for 2 and they will get 2. Good running by this pair. Shield moves to 13. And defends the next ball. He's a lovely looking defence, doesn't he? Straight out of the coaching manual.
Good on the eye. That concludes the 7th over, and Munster Heat are 26 for 1.
Just the 1 over left in the power play. I think the MCC were 60 odd coming out of the power play. Skipper, what would you be out there saying to your 2 batsmen?
Not how you start, how you finish. No, I think it's. I mean, it's not. We're not in the worst position. I think we've still got a lot of wickets in hand, which is sort of what we're aiming for. I mean, current run rate is just shy of 4, and the required run rate creeping up to close to 5.5 now.
Saying that, I think we have to be off the ground by 6 o'clock, so you have 1 hour to do it.
I'll keep that in mind when I go out.
There you go. So that gives you what? Another 11
hour.
Another 12, 13 overs. It's defended by Joyce.
Change in the field now. Deep squared comes out onto the boundary. Fine leg in place as well. Shot. Beautiful shot through the covers, played by Ryan Joyce.
It's a trademark shot by Joyce.
Double bluff from the bowler.
If he continues like that vein, he'll be taking they'll be taking one of the slips out.
Oh, much better length there.
Off the hip of Joyce. Should go for a leg bye.
Might have just brushed the glove there. Give a signal there's runs there from umpire Archie.
Tries to pull that one.
Worked around the corner down to fine leg for a single.
This pair have put on 10 now in no time.
Two balls remaining in the over. Throwing hands at that. It's flown over backward point and away for another boundary. Ryan Joyce moves to 10. Munster Heat now 36 for 1.
Do you want to call it the MH?
Ryan will be looking to latch on to any width on offer. That one falling just short of mid-wicket. That brings to the end of the 8th over, and Munster Heat still sit on 36 for 1.
Yeah, that concludes the power play. So Steve will continue. That's an incredible shot. He leapt a good 2-3 feet in the air to take that on.
Beautifully played from Michelle. Unfortunately, rewarded with just a single, but nonetheless, beautiful shot.
Reminds me of the bowling attack that we did to him in the Munster Senior Cup final.
Yeah. That's it.
But he was equal to any ball that was thrown at him, to be fair to him. Brave batsman. Joyce trying to guide that through gully. Doesn't get enough of it.
Shot. Full toss from Stephen there. Put away, clipped off the legs. One bounce 4.
It's the way to dispatch a full toss.
Definitely that takes the score now to 41 for 1. Oh, that is brilliantly played from Ryan Joyce.
Back-to-back boundaries for the young man.
This one definitely the better of the two. And that's brought about a change in the field now. Sweeper drops on the offside and third man still in place.
Slip will come out as well.
Yep, now just the one slip in the gully. Backward point, sweeper on the boundary, extra cover and middle fap on the ring. Well adjusted there from the bowler, just bringing his length back a little bit. Well played by Ryan.
Didn't carry this time. Just bounced in front of the slip. That'll end the 9th over. 45 for 1. Required run rate is roughly about the same now. They must be a bit happier this time.
Yeah, no, definitely. They must have heard us earlier. I think if we keep going along like this, we'll be happy enough with that. I think Ryan's going along very nicely and Tashiel is aggressive enough in nature on his own, so I think he'll happy enough to sort of give strike and wait for the bad balls himself.
There's a good understanding between this pair, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. Makes a big difference when your partner is flying along at the other end.
So 23 now, partnership of 23. Must have clipped something as the umpire Archie hasn't given a wide.
Must have come off the hip. Flicked the pocket on the way past.
Maybe. Bulging with jelly beans. Can you believe in years gone by that they would put slabs of meat into their pockets? It's incredible, isn't it?
Madness.
This time it is given a wide, and the pair will scramble home for an extra. I think there might be a change in the bowling after this spell now.
Previous over, yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
so.
It's 5 gone from each bowler.
5 each from these two. I'd say it won't be too long before we see Kelly MacDonald introduced.
Yeah.
Left arm orthodox. Very handy bowler. Oh. Beautifully hit by Ryan.
Just
Cut away.
over fingertips of the fielder.
Brings another boundary. He moves on to 22 from just 14 balls. That's his 5th 4. Strike rate 157. And that's also a 50 up for the Munster Heat. After just 9.2 overs. Moving along nicely, these two.
And a ripple of applause from the players around the ground.
Noise is deafening.
Oh, and that's even better. Back over the bowler's head. Two
Flat
bounces.
batted.
2 bounces. For another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries again for Joyce. He's enjoying himself out there.
He's definitely in the mood today. Which is funny enough because he literally asked me if I want to bat ahead of him because he's not in the mood to bat.
Wasn't he?
So, not too sure what's going on.
There's your double bluff.
You feel he missed out there.
That's well played again.
Beautiful.
Faking third man. Goes
Lovely
all the way
touched.
for the boundary.
Ryan now moves on to 30 from just 17 balls. His 7th 4.
And he does it again.
More of the same from Ryan Joyce.
Clever batting here. Four boundaries in this over.
He moves on to 34 and the Munster Heat now move along nice and quickly to 63 for 1 after 10 overs. That required run rate now just over 4.5. Really excellent from these two.
I think there might be a change of bowling here. It looks like so. It looks like Gums might be coming on. So it looks like Gums will be joining the party now.
Had a decent day out with the bat.
Absolutely 60 odd.
Definitely hit me for my fair share.
Yeah, you were bowling rubbish too, to be fair. It was there to be hit. Especially that first over.
I think both my first two overs went for at least 10 each.
Yeah, sure, look. There's a bit of rubbish bowling going out on there today, alright. A bit too short. I was just saying about the quick bowlers, like sometimes you wonder, do they think about their bowling at all? Is it just bowl the ball as fast as you can?
Or the best is when they tell you, okay, yep, I'm going to bowl hard length, set the field. Bowler runs up, bowls back at the hand, slow ball. Oh, the famous hole in the net has done us again.
So it says here that Gums is an off spinner.
Oh, they've retrieved a white ball.
Maybe was that from the other day? I doubt it. It was interesting. There weren't many sixes the other day, were there?
No, actually, yeah, not
I think
many.
one of the Adaires was in the mood to be hitting a few sixes. All right. It wasn't Marcus. I think he got out for a duck. Did he?
Yeah, I
It
think
was Ross. Was it?
trapped in front. Yeah, Ross Adair.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot over extra cover for 6.
Oh, it was lovely. Yeah.
Off the back foot. Wasn't even a bad ball either.
Was that off you? Was it?
Matthew Brewster.
All right.
I was fortunate enough not to bowl too many to him. Right. And we're back.
Oh, that was so close.
Seems to be racing away. Well cut
Well
off.
fielded. They just pick up a couple.
Nice little chip over extra cover for 2 there from a shield.
And this time he makes no
Right.
mistake.
See you now.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Brandon has to go. Shield just chips it to cover. And a nice applause there for Achille as he goes. And my co-commentator, Brandon Kruger, has gone out to bat. As you can see, he's walking to the crease there with his buddy Ryan. So good start for Shelvin. It's a wicket in his second ball. Only nice flighted delivery. So Kruger will face his first ball. Nice delivery there. Drives that to mid-off for a dot. Defends the next ball on the back foot. Shelvin racing through his over. The batsman much time to settle. Brandon leaves that one. It's a bit of an outside edge there for Kruger. And that'll end the over. 65 for 2 off 11. So change of bowler now. Ali Frost comes on to bowl from the Riverlea end. And Joyce will be facing him. Delighted to be joined by Mr. Joseph Moynihan, the CEO of Munster Cricket. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe. Nice to be here.
You'll have to put your mouth right up to the mic. Apologies.
Oh, thanks. Perfect.
Great stuff.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
Well, I've been trying to get you for the whole season, but I've pinned you down now.
I'm faster than I look.
I'm telling you. Just wait for this first ball from Ali. Joyce defends. So, Joe, where do I begin? It's been an interesting year for Munster cricket. On the whole, I think it's been quite successful, has it?
As a whole, it has. Yeah, it's a good starting point this year after COVID that we got an increase in funding and support from CI and from the union itself to start developing a higher standard of training or more training hours. So it's been working well.
And on the field then, Munster have been very successful for both the professional level, I would imagine, with the Munster Reds and also the development team, the Munster Heat.
Oh, it's been great to see the lads from the the Munster Reds stepping up. If you look back 2 years ago, they were a makeshift team, kind of pulled from every quarter and every area in Ireland. Oops.
An appeal for an LBW, and it's given. So 2 new bowlers have done the trick and have made the breakthrough. Hard-hitting Joyce has to go for 34. With 8 fours off 20 balls. He'd be quite disappointed. And Matt Ford will come into bat. Matt with the black hat. I think he plays. Does he play for Balbriggan?
No, he's oh sugar, I should know this. I think I want to say Merriam, but I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Give me a second.
I know one of the Fords plays for Balbriggan.
No, he's Malahide.
Malahide.
I apologise.
So, just as the Heat were getting motoring, the MCC have a couple of wickets in 2 overs. Matt defends that.
So Matt's one of those players that I was talking about at the start, that when the selectors, the Irish selectors, kind of picked the teams, Matt was an unknown entity, really. And he joined the Reds, himself and his brother Greg. Greg now has been removed and placed in Leinster again, but Matt's been with us for the last 2 years, and it's great to have players of Matt's stature and the ability around the players. And as you can see, Matt's quite happy to travel down to Munster as a Munster man, in principle, to take part in these kind of games and to be around the players, which is only beneficial going forward for the likes of, say, Kruger and the Joyces and whoever else that are looking to be Reds players in the future.
And obviously Adam Hickey also played with the Reds for, I think, 1 game as well this year.
He did indeed. He made his debut here, actually. Oh.
Matt tries to pull that away. Caught the top of his bat that time. Didn't get much power on it. And Killian MacDonald will field just for a single. That ends the 12th over, 66 for 3. Run rate still healthy enough, 5.5 off it, but more importantly for the MCC, they've picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs. The opener, Ashiel Shelvin got, and just in that over there, the hard-hitting Ryan Joyce is deemed LBW. So you talked about funding just a few minutes ago there, Joe. Have you seen the facilities in Munster rise in each club over the last few years through the funding?
1 or 2 clubs have been lucky enough to get access to capital infrastructure grants or local community grants or council grants, but in a broad stroke approach, being honest, the facilities haven't increased well enough, being honest. I know it's a strategic importance for Munster to increase the facilities, and I know it's really an important strategic plan for facilities to be developed as part of Cricket Ireland's strategic plan 2023 to 2027. But like you're looking out here today now, pitch is perfect. They have new nets after going in behind us here. I wish to say that all the clubs would have facilities like this in a couple of years' time, but realistically we have to start working as a group and hopefully start building them up. But facilities are a huge problem, and especially for not just the clubs who are based out of every pitch. We still need the union to be able to have access to the facilities, but when you have clubs that are at capacity, and I emphasise the clubs are at capacity, so anytime a club, a Quins or a Harlequins or Limerick or even a Lismore or anything, especially County, if they give up their ground, they're giving up their ground for a training session or a kids program or I don't know, even a corporate day or whatever, a sponsorship opportunity. They're giving that to use for the union, and it's very important to see that, because if I use County as a good example, they have 4 teams down here. They train 4 nights, and then they play their social leagues. Then they have the kids leagues. It's very hard for them to turn around and say, Munster take the pitch for 3 days for an Interpros or something.
Yeah.
Or so increasing facilities is a huge priority for the union and for Cricket Ireland and the clubs.
And Ford has started where Joyce left off. 2 boundaries in this over. 9 runs so far. Pulling that time over the square leg umpire. He looks to get a quick single, but that's well fielded.
By Hugh, captain of the...
We spoke to Hugh earlier on.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Lovely gentleman.
Absolutely. Told us all about the ethos of the MCC, and Joe, it's really quite important that we do take these touring sides, especially from the MCC on down in Cork.
Especially like getting them to come to a venue and spend time here. The only thing that would make it better is if it had anything like the weekend where we had this venue packed, having the ability to have clubs come along and see these kind of players and players of this stature in Munster is only going to be beneficial for kids and parents coming through and players coming through. It's a pity that it's such a good game with such little attendance, but hopefully something we can build up in the future.
Absolutely. Just going back to the facilities, there was one couple of good things that happened during the year that I saw, was that the development of the playing surfaces. I think 4 or 5 clubs bought mats and replaced mats. They always say to look at your square, which is the foundation of your club.
Your club is your square.
Yeah.
Your club is your pitch.
Yeah. So it was good to see that. Now, it would be ideal in years to come that more grass pitches are developed, because that then gives us more scope for broadening different competitions into Munster. Kruger takes a few steps down, and he'll pick up a couple.
Good man.
We spoke to Kruger about this earlier on, that he wasn't having such a good run of form earlier in the season, and part of his way to get his feet moving was to take a few steps down. So I think that's what he was doing there, just to get his feet moving, because he has a tendency to be trapped LBW. Yeah.
His form this year now for the Heat and for Cork Harlequins, both in Leinster and in Munster, has seen the ability that this boy has. Just hopefully we can hold on to him and keep him healthy, fit and strong. And he's someone that I could see our coaches looking towards as a Reds player in the future. And the fact that he's Munster based, been here, and he's planning to be here, and he's a lovely girlfriend and an environment here, and it's hopefully something that we can build the ethos around players like him.
Yeah. So, Joe, how long have you been in the job now?
Oh God,
is it 3-4 years? Is it?
Feels like 3 years.
3 years.
Feels like 5.
And a lot has changed over those 3 years.
It has. When I came into the role, it was as a cricket manager. So I basically came into the role as someone just basically to manage the teams, make sure everything was tipping along, and work our way along to get
that's
that.
Pulled around.
We'll be
that's going towards the commentary box and just miss it. And Ford just pulls that away for a beautiful 4.
But as I was saying, when we took over the role, the Reds weren't involved in the 50 overs anymore. They were just in the T20. There was no such thing as the Heat. They were always there, but they just kind of played friendlies or showpiece events. 15s and 17s didn't really have a development program in place. They had youth coordinators and a couple of coaches involved, but that's about it. I've been lucky that working with Cricket Ireland and the huge input that Dave Griffin from Cork County had as ex-chair, and Richard Brewster currently as chair. The work they've done behind the scenes is the only reason the funding is coming, being honest. The fact that the funding's starting to come down here now and slowly developing pathways, slowly developing coaching opportunities. This year's the first year of the MCUSA. I've been tipping along. We've 28
Which is
umpires.
obviously the Umpire
Association. Sorry, the Munster Cricket Umpires and Scorers Association.
Man.
I just keep with the
I know.
acronym because it's easier for me, or whatever the word is. They've been huge this year because people like Declan out there today, they've been umpiring all year, and they've been increasing the standard slowly, which has been huge. So.
And it's good that they, again, can move up the ranks in umpiring. And that's pulled away kind of a backwards square. There's a fielder out there that cuts the boundary off. Brandon moves on to 4. So, Joe, you were cricket. You weren't growing up with cricket.
The only cricket I had involved with was when I went to Prez, down the road from here. There was a cricket team and a few of the lads I was friends with. So the current Cork County captain, or I think he's vice captain, Ross Jordy.
Yeah.
He was in school with me, but he played rugby up until he was around 14, I think 15, and then went to cricket. And I remember watching him play cricket, and I remember seeing him playing cricket up in the Prez grounds. But that was about it. I was lucky enough to be involved in cricket over in Australia for a bit. I was running a venue over there that had cricket. So
what venue is that? Or
over in East Brisbane. So it was like a multi-sports venue that we ran. It was part
and
of my
that's
job.
back-to-back boundaries there by Matt Ford. He's taking a liking to Shelvin. And that brings Munster to 90 for 3 off 14.4 overs.
Matt Ford has been a sneaky assassin for Munster for the last couple of years, being honest. He's always been there. He's never let the team down, and he's just, as I said earlier, he's an all-round good guy to be around the players. So, like, having him down here for this kind of game and tomorrow, and being able to kind of amalgamate him into the group of the Heat players down here is something that's very beneficial for Munster going forward. Because currently the Reds team has 2 or 3 players on the fringes from Munster, but it is up to us to get the players to that standard. And the fact that the players based in Leinster and the players from other countries.
Oh, and what a take there. At mid-on. Just as you were praising him.
As I was saying, I'll have a serious chat with him later.
Commentator's curse there, Joe.
I'm not commentating anymore if that's going to happen.
I must catch you who caught that one.
No, like I said, he's a good lad to be around the team, and he's a very hard worker and a great trainer. And he's the accounts manager for Cricket Leinster, so that makes things a bit more fun too.
So Sam Evans caught that one. Sam Evison, the other opening batsman today for the MCC. And that brings young Ishan O'Sullivan, another good Munster prospect, to the crease. So Munster stop-starts for the last few overs. 90 for 4 now off 15 overs. Chasing 201 for the win. 111 now required. You also were a manager of, was it 10-pin bowling, was it?
I was. There was a lot of very interesting roles I had back in Australia. So I was a state coordinator for 10-pin bowling and a community engagement master over there.
Right.
And then I went to disability sports and I was a state coordinator there as well.
I'd say that was very rewarding, was it?
It was great, being honest. It was working with guys and girls with severe disabilities who literally are the most stubborn people you'll meet in your life, and they're going to get their goals. It's phenomenal. It just, when you're having a bad day, like for example, I had an operation on my knee and I went in one day and I went in crutches. They all just started clapping. And I'm laughing at him. One of the lads pulled out a chair who's in a wheelchair and just said to me, "Sit down there now, lad. Welcome to the crippled crowd." And you're like, "Oh my God, you can't say that." And he says, "You can now." So it's just that kind of camaraderie and that kind of, they'll beat all the odds. It really opens your eyes. And I was only meant to be there for a year. I stayed 4.
Did you really?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
It was a fantastic role.
And were they involved with anything like the Special Olympics or
So they were guys with physical disabilities, so they were more
Paralympics?
There's all
Okay,
different options, but
of course, yeah.
But they did like there's a sport called goalball, which basically they wear goggles and
Right.
they dive around the goalpost. It sounds crazy, but it's mad.
Yeah.
Then there's wheelchair rugby, which
Yeah.
we had 2 lads who just won the World Cup.
Correct.
And then we had wheelchair basketball, and 2 of the lads and 1 of the girls just won the Commonwealth Games
Oh wow.
over in wheelchair basketball. Here we go. So it was nice. It was, that was a very rewarding role.
And then you come to Munster.
Well, let's just say Dave Griffin sold it well.
But it's worked out well too, I think.
No, it's
the structures are getting there within Munster, and
true.
I think the leagues they're expanding all the time. There are more players playing, I think, Joe.
765 according to the report I printed off last week, which is phenomenal. When I started, I think we thought we were at 300. So that
we've doubled.
The big thing this year has been the Youth League.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, it's been one thing I've been very proud of. The P&P committee for Munster have been putting in a serious effort. The likes of Steve Ross from down here, and Jones in Quinns, and Safraz and Sarat up in Limerick and Clonmel respectively. And
Tom and Galway.
of course, our P&P chair himself, Mr. Tom Maxfield.
Yeah.
Next time I'll bring a page with all the names on it so I can name check. But like, these lads and ladies are doing a phenomenal job, and especially when we start from nothing and now that we've run a league, and the lads are actually going to be playing in the 13 and 15s.
That's Cork County,
All Ireland youths for the first time.
And
so since we have a league running for the first time, we get the space.
And we wish them well.
Oh,
unfortunately, they have to travel up north, which is not great for the young lads, but they will give a good account of themselves. They will, no doubt. It's a very good.
They've been doing a great job down here, and
a very good setup. Yeah,
and it's been great to see Quinns and Limerick competing just as well, and Galway.
Yeah.
So, and then we have the likes of, like, right now today, Clonmel have a Smash It programme with 24 kids.
Oh, that's brilliant. And that was one of the great initiatives by Cricket Ireland last year, was this Smash It and Get It's Wicket programmes.
So with the national programmes, hopefully, with our development officer slowly getting an increase in support, we can start going out to some of the smaller clubs and support them. So, like, I won't name any club, but say if a club is struggling for a development officer, or not development officer, for someone to take over their youth programme, we're looking at the moment for having key funding there, so we can more or less run their programme for a year or maybe a year and a half, and then hopefully train up some of the parents and develop them into coaches, so then our development staff could step back and move on to the next club and slowly start building up a youth structure around the whole of Munster, not just in some of the bigger clubs. So that's the goal going forward, and the board have signed off on it, so fingers crossed.
Well, that's very positive news. You kind of started negatively.
Did I?
You did, yeah, with your with the funding and stuff, and
trust me, you don't want to be spending as much
but
time.
But remember, cricket's all about people, and Ishan kind of half cuts that away. He'll go for 2, and he'll get his 2. Nice looking shot there by Ishan.
It's great to see the younger lads coming through. Like Ishan and Son, when I started off, they weren't both giants then, but they're not far off it now.
Yeah, he's a big man.
He's a big man.
Yeah.
But it's great to see that he's so well grounded and really enjoys his cricket. So like playing for County, playing for the Heat.
Did he not captain one of the interprovincial sides?
He did, and he got invited last year, if I'm right, into part of the Irish under-19s as an extra.
Down here, I think it was.
Yeah, so there are things that hadn't happened previously are slowly happening now. So players will have access to pathways, and the fact that we've got funding this year for the first time for a pathway manager.
Yep.
the younger kids who, like the 13s, 15s and 17s, will have a higher access to a higher standard of coaching this year for the first time. So hopefully we're getting them at a point where it'll only increase the level of cricket in the province going forward.
And the pair scramble for a single.
You're not
Oh, that is an unbelievable catch. It looks like Ali Frost. Kruger tried to sweep that. A diving catch. Backward square. Beautiful looking catch there.
two Munster Red fringe players at each other again.
Kruger has to go. Bit of pressure now on the Munster Heat team, as Zubair Hassan Khan some of his family are down here watching today, which is great to see. Zubair is a hard hitter of the ball, so we don't know what could happen. We could be fetching balls on the Mardyke Walk Road. As Brandon Kruger comes off, muttering, cricket sucks. It was a tremendous catch there.
It was a phenomenal catch, fair dues to him.
Yeah.
I'm happy I didn't have a bet with Ali. I'd be down a bottle of whiskey. Yeah, but days like this can only be for the betterment of everything. Like today now we've a couple of players who got invited in from the local clubs. So we went out to the local clubs and asked them who do they think would be the player that deserves it most from this year. And that's where we've got one or two extra players this year that haven't been involved in the Heat for today's game. So it's good to see the guys that are standing up at Premier Division now being given a chance to stand up at this level and hopefully be involved going forward with the Heat. Slowly start increasing numbers, and one day then maybe, you never know, they might be the next Red player. You don't know.
You don't know. And Zubair whips that last ball off Shelvin's over for a single, and he'll take strike. I think there might be a change of bowler.
There.
I know. Yes. The Riverlea is behind.
The tennis club.
Oh, that's an unusual shot there by Zubair. Didn't think it might be a short ball, but Ali saw him coming down. Beautiful looking ball there. Now I think I have everything ready again. So, what do you do then during the winter? Will you have much on? You know, the cricket's finished.
Weirdly enough, the end of September, start of October is usually the quietest time, because everyone's just, and I hate to say it, everyone's so burnt out from the season.
Yeah.
So a lot of people try to take a little bit of time off then, but once that's done, then we try to get a review done. So with the operations committee, with the P&P, we kind of have a breakdown with them. I'll have the same then myself with Cricket Ireland about the review of the Interpros and the youth Interpros and everything else. And then slowly into finance time and breakdown of what we're planning. Then I'll work with operations, who is John Buss. He'll be kind of mainly in charge of the redrafting of the rules and regs for next season, and then setting up the winter programme for the youth and for the Reds and the Heat. So there's a lot more involved than people think, but like the Reds are based out of venues, there's gym work, there's physio work required with that. Then the Heat, this year the first time it's going to happen the exact same way.
Right.
So they're going to have access to S&C, physio access and gym down here, as well as training twice a week or 3 times a fortnight in Douglascom, which is the new venue that has been upgraded in Cork. So the plan is more hands-on time with the coaches. So the Munster head coach and the Munster assistant coaches will be working with them, as well as the pathway manager's been.
So the Clontarf player, Killian MacDonald, will come on from the Mardyke walk-end.
Another player that played for the Reds previously. I think it was 2 years ago. So in the next few weeks we'll be going out to all the clubs with coaching information, with new umpiring courses.
Brilliant.
There's going to be safeguarding courses, and then we're going to have a meet-up hopefully before the end of the year.
Right.
Just have a discussion with the clubs. Stuff haven't worked well or need to be fixed, and discuss it and then bring it to board level and hopefully sort things out if we need to.
And if there might be a few people listening to this or watching it later on again, if you aren't involved in a club, how would you get involved in a club in Munster?
So on the Munster website, there's a link.
That first ball is bold.
Oh. Who's that, Zubi?
No, that's Ishan.
Was it?
Fantastic start there by Killian.
Whew.
Right on the money from the first ball. Looks like Adam Hickey.
Adam made his debut this year with the Reds. He had a very good start to the year and was crowned off with being pulled into the Reds card and a start, if I remember right.
I think it was. It wasn't against Leinster, it was against the Northwest, I think, was it? Down here.
He was the first Munster player to start for the Reds this year.
He was, yeah.
So it was great to see the pathway slowly getting there, and the likes of Adam and Cormac and Brandon and whoever else is coming through.
3 players this year from playing in Munster.
Yeah, so how it works with the Reds is the national selectors pick the top 48. I don't know if everyone knows this, but
48 players
in the whole of Ireland, and they get designated into 12 groups of 12. So then it's up to us to designate the next 4. So you have a group of 16.
Right.
And then that's where you pick your squad from.
Right.
So the lads from Munster have been travelling up and down to Dublin for the whole year.
Training
in Dublin with the Reds. And the Reds lads come down, and there's kind of a group there that kind of get mixed together. But going forward, there's going to be a little bit more training in Munster, and there's going to be a lot more heat training in Munster.
Brilliant.
So instead of lads travelling up, hopefully we'll have Ted being able to run programs down here.
Right.
With the other coach in coexistence is the best. I don't know if that's the right way of describing it.
Tandem, yeah.
In tandem, thank you. That's the word I needed. But in tandem, so I'm going to use that one all day now. And if they can do that, it means Ted and the coach in Dublin will be able to make sure they're working on the same things, and then work out where the players are, what level. And
they will look for
will they get it? No.
Just 2 wides there. Rare extras.
So the whole coaching setup is going to be huge for us this year.
Brilliant.
So there'll be talks about that in the next few weeks. And
I mentioned it earlier. If there's someone wanted to play in a club in Munster, how would they go about doing it?
Oh yes, sorry. So on the Munster,
an expansive shot there by Zubair, but as well fielded. Past the 100 mark now for the Reds. For the Heat. We've been talking about the Reds so much.
Apologies.
And 99 runs required.
Of 22 overs.
Adam drives that, but safely in the arms of.
So hopefully I'll try to sneak it in this time. If a player wanted to join a club in Munster, they're on the Munster website. There's a page called Clubs. If you click on that, it has the links then to all the clubs in the Munster region.
Oh, brilliant.
So it makes things a lot easier, and we go out to the clubs every year and get updates and details, and we update that page. Our social media manager is in charge of that, so all the details are given to him, and he updates everything. So Tal has been tipping away with the website all year, so he's been a great help.
Brilliant to hear that. MacDonald bamboozling Adam Hickey. Spinner against spinner.
Now, not just playing wise, if anyone's interested in coaching or becoming an umpire, contact the union as well, and we can put you onto the right people.
That's actually really good. You don't have to be a player.
No, or if you want to volunteer and you want to be involved on days like this, or days like we had an All-Ireland T20 down here last weekend, and the place was jammed. It was amazing. The atmosphere was, and I hope this doesn't sound condescending, it was like being a game back in Australia. It was fantastic.
Yeah, and I think there's scope there for turning, say, the Munster Senior Cup and Junior and Minor Cups into events like that, where all clubs come to watch the game on the day and make it a fantastic occasion.
I being honest, after the last weekend, I'm in actual 100% agreement with you. It's just sitting down and talking to other GMs about it. That's the way they look at it too. So say if there's a Senior Cup final on, hypothetically, don't have any game in Munster that day.
Yeah.
And invite every club to come along and celebrate and enjoy it.
Absolutely.
And
this is what used to happen before.
Oh,
they also have My Day. Back in the early 2000s, we played a 60-over final for the Senior Cup final. There was breakfast, lunch, and tea.
You were just hungry. That was your problem.
It was just they were amazing days, and we used to get great crowds at them as well.
And that's where hopefully they can get back to. I got to meet people that have been involved in cricket for 30, 40 years here. Got to meet them for the first time at the weekend. Got to meet members from county who I hadn't seen in 3 years.
Yeah.
There was a couple of lads.
Because the pandemic, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And even one or two very smart comments about the fact that I thought that man was dead. Which was
were they on about
gruesome.
You?
Yeah, I was like, thought he was gone. And
yeah, it was marvellous.
Yeah.
I saw guys there from Harlequins that I haven't seen in 30 years. And it was just so wonderful to see, that they're still around, and you're trying to get them back involved in the club in whatever way you want them to do,
And the fact that Quins were playing it was an extra bonus, of course.
Yeah.
But the fact that, and I hope other people got this out of the day as well, the fact that the two top women's teams in Ireland were playing in Cork.
We mentioned
and
that, yeah.
some girls from Cork were able to sit down and see players and see the standard. It can only be beneficial going forward.
Yeah, and especially the two internationals that were there. They were magnificent on the day.
And the ex-internationals.
Yeah, and Joyce. Oh, that's a lovely shot there. He just stood still.
Let the ball do the work.
He'll just pick up a couple. And they'll pick up 3. Good running between the wickets by this pair.
So this year there's been a couple of it's wicket programs which are just for girls.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple of pop-up programs run by our development officer in Limerick, Arslan, in Kerry, in Limerick and in Clare for developing girls programs.
Right.
So, sorry, I shouldn't say girls and women program,
Yeah.
because we're trying to get a women's league going in Munster for the future.
Obviously, we had that historic occasion a few weeks ago down
In Kerry, yes.
I think are they called the Oyster Catchers?
Oyster
the ladies.
Catchers, that's
yeah.
it.
It's a fantastic name, actually, isn't
Jim
it?
and the girls down there are doing a fantastic job. And what's his name? He's doing a great. Well, Brian.
Brian Hare.
Brian Hare's doing a fantastic job down there.
Captain of Ireland's softball team, believe it or not. Played in the European Champions there quite recently.
He did.
Yes, there you go. I know everything. I was watching it. It was quite interesting, actually.
But they had Pembroke. Was it Pembroke that travelled?
Pembroke.
It was
came
Pembroke
down,
that
fair
travelled
play.
down to him.
Yeah.
And the fact that there was a ladies' cricket team once again down
In Munster.
So I know Cork County are doing a great job here with their youth, and they have some fantastic young women and girls coming through.
Yeah.
Quinns have a good amount coming through that are both sides cricket and hockey, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I know there's a couple of people coming through from
In Limerick as well. Yeah. So drinks has been taken here, and Hickey with his first single brings the Munster Heat to 105 for 6 off 20 overs, chasing 201. They're okay with the run rate, but shy in wickets at this stage. Brandon said earlier on that they would need to have some wickets in reserve, but unfortunately that the last 10 overs haven't gone the way the script he was writing. Still plenty of quality batsmen to come for the Heat. So the players are returning to the field. Joe, there are a few events coming up in the next couple of months, I think, are there?
Oh, for Munster, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I said earlier, there's going to be a kind of a club's information day and a club kind of day that we're going to try to go around to one or two of the venues and have a debrief with some of the clubs.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll happen before the end of this year. That's the plan. The first thing, probably at the end of the season, there's going to be an awards night.
Okay.
So first time in a while.
Obviously, I'm going to get something.
Of course.
Not player of the year.
No, commentator of the year.
I won't even win that. Go out of that. I'm joking.
So the awards night will be happening. We're looking at the middle of October.
Okay.
But as you can guess, with everything so crazy with weddings and everything else, trying to get a venue is hard. But we're currently communicating with 2 or 3 ex-sponsors.
Contact Joe Moynihan if you have a venue.
Yeah.
He's open to all ideas.
All ideas are welcome. Then like you said, we'll have the club's information day, but there's a couple of education things that are coming up. So like I said earlier, the safeguarding, the
Child safeguarding,
safety. Then there's going to be the coaching.
You've brought up a good point, actually. If you ever wanted to become a coach or an umpire, you need to be Garda vetted and have that safeguarding, don't you?
100%. You can't even step onto the pitch unless they have someone there vetting as the core person to do it.
So my suggestion to everyone would be
Joe, is your suggestion okay?
Yeah, sorry.
I love it. Joe's like every other man in the group of cricket that I've ever met. He can't do 2 things at one time.
No, I can't. Sorry. So,
Your
so
suggestion?
Killian will continue from the Mardyke Walk-end. Now, what was I talking about?
You had a suggestion, but you stopped mid-conversation.
Yeah, no, I do like these information evenings because it's good that the players get a chance as well, and clubs get a chance to make suggestions to the union how each season is run and what we can improve on. And especially those days, those information days are really good.
Well, like the likes this year now of the game day, the new registration program, and NV Play, which they've brought in as the new scoring app and all this. It's important to have the clubs up to date that this is coming down the line. And
that's this might go into no man's land, but I don't think so. Oh my God! And it's the captain, Hugh.
Oh, good God! We'll have to.
One of the catches of the day. One-handed, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Was that on the camera?
That was not on the camera, unfortunately. He'll be crying.
I'll vouch for that one. That was phenomenal.
Phenomenal catch. He did have to make up a bit of ground, Joe.
He's a fast little fella. That's his second. He's got a couple of catches. Oh, I'm happy I saw that. That was amazing. Or as Ted would tell me, that was a lazy catch because it wasn't two-handed.
I think the ball was going away from him all the time. He had to take it like that. I think he'll be saying it was well worth to come to Cork just for that catch.
Oh, damn straight.
Yeah, points are on Hugh tonight.
Oh, good, I'll get his card. But games like this is fantastic now where like the MCC lads come over, they're standard, but the fact that they get to make friends for life.
Yeah.
Fellas that they're going to room with and board with for the next 2-3 days, and even the Heat guys get to go out and have a beverage or two afterwards and have dinner with them this evening. And it's these things that help the Munster teams going forward in team building and team bonding, as it's a win-win for us, if that makes sense, because the team gets to spend more time together.
Yeah. I don't even have a slot for him. I can't give it to him.
But I was talking to Hugh earlier, the captain of the MCC, who's after coming over, and the fact that his father's actually here.
St. John, I think is his name.
St. John as the scorer, and his mother's after coming over and spending the weekend. It just shows you the kind of community spirit that's involved in that.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
So Esmatala has gone in. It's the end of the over. It's 106 for 7. And Ali Frost will continue.
7.
Esmat gets off the mark with a nice looking shot to the cover. I think Joe is gone. Shadows lengthening now as the evening approaches us. It's going to be a bit of an ask here now for the Munster Heat, requiring about 93. With only 3 wickets in hand. They'll scramble home for a single. Well run by this pair.
I had to go over to the photographer and delete that picture of you catching the ball. There can't be any record of that.
Yeah. Fair play to him.
Mm. Nicely, yeah. The other thing probably is worthwhile having a quick chat about is while I'm here. Like you said, the numbers are growing.
Yeah.
And clubs are coming from areas that weren't cricket strongholds before.
Yeah.
So in the future, if there is any clubs that want to be involved, it's simple. Just probably come to me first, have a quick chat, and then what we do is there's 1 or 2 requirements that you need to have: ground, insurance, child safety, all that kind of stuff that we can help you through.
Yeah.
But also is just starting off. So bringing you in the first year, getting you used to friendlies, getting involved, getting you registered, go through a season, kind of help you through it the first year, and then once season 2 kicks on, you've kind of proved in your first year that you can be an associate member or a future club, and you come and hopefully join the cricket fraternity in Munster and build it up, because it's amazing the amount of communication you get weekly from people that want to join, and then you find out there's a group in Ballincollig, for example.
Yeah.
There's a group in Clare, so there's a new club in Clare and a new club in Clonmel this year.
It's good running here by this pair. They look for 2, they won't get it.
They won't get it. But there's always an opportunity for development. So one of the big ones at the moment is there's 1 or 2 programs down in Kerry that have been going really well. but there's a few people in Tralee that don't want to go to Killarney anymore.
Right.
So
Okay.
there could be a second club in Kerry, which was very
That would be fantastic.
interesting. So like, you never know until you know.
Yeah.
Is the way I'll describe it. But we're here to help. Hopefully, only a call away. All the details are on the website. So if you want to discuss something, or if you ever want something, it's very simple. You can ring the Munster office, have a chat, and go from there.
Call Joe.
Call Joe. Sorry.
Yep. Speaking of Kerry, I believe I think it's either today or tomorrow. The Munster Masters are playing against their Leinster counterparts
yeah.
in the second game, and it's over 50s, this Munster team Masters, and it's fantastic for that's great bowling by MacDonald. It's just fantastic to see that Munster, and in fairness, it was the Kerry Masters team that kind of got the idea going.
Yep. To
bring a lot of the over 50 players back into cricket. It's something that is needed and should be picked up by Cricket Ireland, like from even a 50s, a 60s teams. I know that Ireland Hockey do it. There are over 35s upwards, past even a 70s team that travel around the world in playing Europeans and Worlds, and it's something that that there's a market there for it, and there's an identity already there is in Munster, and that a lot more players who don't have the time to play week in, week out, that could play Masters cricket, especially for your province. For a lot of them, no one's, a lot of them wouldn't have played for Munster at a high level, but for to play for your province is one of the highest things you can do in Munster.
It's in Stradbally too, isn't it?
The Stradbally was the first game, and they won, and now it's down the Oyster Oval as the return.
Sorry,
the return game.
I got mixed up. I just remember thinking it was a fantastic.
But the team is comprised of so many different clubs around Munster. Hickey defends that, fast bowling his 6th over.
It's something that has started picking up in the last few years, and you can see it from today's game even. It's not just a Cork orientated game anymore with Munster. It's great to see teams, players from Limerick, Galway, Kerry getting involved. Hopefully we can help the other side of the country develop a little bit further, so like the Waterfords, Lismore. But we can't be just Cork orientated the whole time, because we're going to miss out on players further out. So like this year, Kerry's players, a couple of Limerick lads, they've all
They go for the boundary now, but that's well fielded down there. They'll pick up 2 though. It's a fantastic throw in as well, back to the wicket keeper. Hickey moves to 6.
But as I was saying, it's important that they feel like they're involved going forward.
Yeah, of course.
So like facilities is a problem that we discussed about earlier, but the problem is if I turn around to a Kerry or a Limerick or a Waterford and say I want to run
it's flicked off the hips by Adam,
training.
He'll pick up another and he calls him back. It's a fantastic throw in by Gums.
Sorry, as I was saying, if you want to run a high performance run, you have to have facilities for it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately in Munster there's only one facility. Well, not unfortunately, we have one now.
Yeah.
In Douglas, in Cork. So getting access to that and getting our 13s, our 15s, our 17s, our Heat, even our women's development team that we're talking about at the moment, getting them access to that facility is only going to be betterment. But it's the same in every other union. When you talk to the other unions, they've one facility, they've one access, they've one area, and they all travel to the same place. And our biggest Achilles heel in Munster that I've learned anyway is travel is a killer.
The distance, isn't it?
Oh, it's phenomenal. So like I still remember having a great chat with Dave Ramsey one day from Kerry.
Yeah.
about the fact that if he's playing in Waterford, he has a 4-hour drive for a 7-hour game for a 4-hour drive. And I still...
It's on the road longer than
it's an
than he's
8-hour
playing.
drive for a 7-hour game.
Yeah.
And if you put that into spec, say the game's starting at 10:30, 11,
Yeah.
he used to be gone at 6:37, so he used to be up at 6.
Yeah.
Like, there's a duty of care there as well for the players, but there's also the facility problem with this again. We don't have a central area, or we don't have...
So what we're talking about is a Munster-owned ground.
Munster access ground.
Munster access ground.
Yeah, that's the way I'm going to put it. That we
I would like to say owned. No, but you're
like,
right.
Let's put it this way: if a Waterford and a Kerry are playing, or a Galway and a Limerick are playing,
Yeah.
or actually a Galway and a Cork County are playing,
Right.
if we had access to a facility in Limerick that they could play in,
Yeah.
or if there's a game between Waterford and Kerry and we something in Cork that they have access to, hopefully in the future we'll be able to cut down all this large amount of travel. But also, if we cut down the travel and we centralised areas, then the other venues start becoming available at the weekend.
Oh, that's kind of chipped a toe end by
It's gone out.
Esmat. But it lands safely
Nice.
for a single.
But if we have access to this venue, then all of a sudden, or these venues, all of a sudden then the youth have access to other venues
Correct,
that
yeah.
are available at the weekend. So
Again, it's the same old problem that it's availability of grounds.
it is.
Yeah.
And being honest, it's a whole of Ireland problem. It's
Yeah.
not just a Munster problem.
And that's starting from the top, where a lot of the Cricket Ireland games, internationals, are played at club venues. You know, Malahide,
Clontarf, Breedy,
yeah,
Stormont, CSY.
yeah. Icky being very industrious out there at the moment,
Not a bad call though.
picking 1s and 2s off.
What's the run rate at the moment?
They're just below it. They're 4.7 with 5.54, but that's for nothing. I think that hit the toe of his bat, popped up. Half a peel there by the wicketkeeper. Just a dot ball in the end. Very good over there again by Killian. His 4 overs have just been 2 for 8. This is the difference between the two sides at the moment. Some quality bowling out there.
Will they keep him in for another one?
They will, of course, yeah. He's only bowled 4.
Only 4 so far.
Yeah. Ali will continue. They might bowl him through. This is 7th over. You've been to a few internationals this year in your capacity as Munster CEO. Where have you gone?
Being honest, I've got away a blue murder this year.
Yeah.
I was at the Ireland. No. Yeah, it was the Ireland-Australia Women's Tri-Series game up in Breedy, which was a great spectacle to be at, and the crowd up there was fantastic, and the cricket was very, very good. And I actually got to sit down and meet some of the girls from Australia and some of the girls from the Irish team afterwards, which was fantastic, just to get to sit down and hear the stories. Because, being honest, as a rugby man in a cricket world, it was nice to hear the crazy stories from other sports. Then I got to see New Zealand in
Malahide, was it?
No, I saw 2 of them.
Okay.
So I saw them in Stormont and in Malahide.
Right.
So
we were very unlucky then, weren't we?
we were. And being honest, talking to a few of the players afterwards,
Yeah.
they were absolutely gutted.
Yeah, and rightly so.
So it's it's an amazing feeling going to these games.
Yeah.
Right, because it really shows you what the next level up looks like. But the hope is going forward that if we do get a venue, and hopefully we will in the near future, we'll have the ability to bring Irish games to Munster.
Nice. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. Tell me more.
Well, the largest problem at the moment with Munster's venues is
Size.
capacity and size.
Yeah,
Exactly.
obviously.
So, Cricket Ireland have recruited a new facilities manager. His name is Richard Fahy. He used to work with Tennis Ireland, FAI.
Okay.
He was the ex-CEO of FAI, so he definitely knows his stuff. Cricket Ireland have joined T20 World Cup in 2030 with
Yes,
England.
they do, yeah.
And part of the requirements is there has to be a certain amount of venues that are available for international cricket
Okay.
training and playing.
Right.
So the requirement is, I think it's 6.
Right. 6 venues.
Currently, Clontarf, Stormont, Malahide and Breedy.
4. Yeah. So we need to
So
develop
you can
another
see there's
2.
2 more to be had. And
see your brain
so
ticking over here.
since things actually do happen under the M50,
Yeah.
there's a very high chance that
Outside the pale, as we say down here.
welcome to the country.
Yeah.
But there's a very high chance that there will be a facility required.
Right.
So currently there's a lot of work being put behind in the background in Limerick and in Cork.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
For 2 facilities, but we have to be realistic too. We aren't a county. We don't have that kind of funding.
Yeah.
So we're doing a lot of work at the moment, and hopefully we will have some good news in the next few months.
Oh, please God. That'd be
but
fabulous to hear.
The dream is for the next few years to get an Interpros festival down here first,
Right.
and then start looking at a women's international and maybe an under-19s internationals
Brilliant.
down to Munster.
I know the Mardyke has held under 17 internationals in the past, and 15s, I think.
So it's just working with Cork County and
Cork County Council, is it?
no, Cork County the club.
Oh, yeah.
So being honest, Munster Cricket put Cork County under a lot of pressure for their facility.
Yeah.
So even last weekend, as you know, we had a Sunday preparation on a Saturday, so we took basically the Saturday night and the Sunday off. So like that's grand as once off, but we also use them for training. We also use them for
the
heat.
Interpros.
We use them for the Interpro. So there's only so much pressure the clubs can take.
Yeah.
And we understand that, and it's the same with Cork Harlequins that we use for training. We use for 15s. We use for 17s.
Yeah.
We use for development training, and then being honest, they're the only 2 grass wickets that we currently have to standard. Lismore is coming, but it's just not to standard currently.
Not yet.
Yeah,
They are, to be fair, they are getting there. I've been down there a couple of times now, and the tracks are much improved. They just need 1 or 2 things to help them.
The dream is, being honest, 2 or 3 more grass wickets in Munster. And
the clubs need to invest, but it's the investment is the expense.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
so
it's a lot of money and a lot of commitment.
Being honest,
Yeah.
It sounds crazy. The capital infrastructure grant is there to get the wickets in.
Correct, yeah.
It's the maintenance and the requirements.
It's almost like a full-time job. It's like a little baby. You have to take care of each one every day.
And what frightens me, and I shouldn't say this, but look, if you're going to shout me,
don't say it. Don't say it.
Is a club getting the grant, getting the ability to put it in, get it puts in, and a year later, they don't have a clue really what they're doing.
Yeah.
And the facility starts deteriorating.
Yeah.
So I've been in contact with the Groundsmen's Association, and we're looking to run a groundskeepers course in Munster as well.
Definitely needed.
It's all these little nuances
Absolutely.
that we don't think of.
Yeah. More the merrier.
As you can see outside here, there's a lot of work being done at Cork County, Matt Reid, a lot of work done by yourself.
He's an excellent
in
groundsman.
Quins.
And to be fair, he always gives me a hand whenever I need it, as in like advice and.
Oh, he's very good at that.
Yeah.
Sure, he's helped out Munster many times.
A lovely shot there by Esmat, but it won't be enough to get a boundary. Just a single. What did he say?
I hope all the kids at home like watching that. He was pointing at the fielding. But as you can guess from what I've just been annoying people and wasting their time for the last hour,
Yeah.
there's a lot of work going behind the scenes. But without these information days and without opportunities like this with you, Joe, to sit down and let them know,
They wouldn't know,
won't
would
have a
they?
clue what's going on.
No,
So
they wouldn't know. And no, it's been great. I think we've covered nearly everything today, have we?
good, I might let them actually sit down and enjoy a bit of cricket. so it's
we'll
not
get back
annoying.
to it.
Okay.
Joel, listen, it's been a pleasure.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks very much. I'll see you in a few minutes again.
And like if they ever do need to contact me, the
Yeah,
number's
go-
on the website. Give
Go
me
on
a
the
shout.
website, yeah.
Call
Thank
Joe
you.
Duffy. Good luck.
Okay. And Joe departs for a cup of coffee, I would imagine, after that. So Paul Ryan will come on. Ali had a great spell there at 7 overs. 2 for almost. Immediately he nearly gets the wicket of Esmat. Oh, it's dropped in the slip. That's David there. Drops that a little bit short to Hickey. Plays that kind of a false stroke there. Didn't know whether he was going to drive that or block it. That's high in the air, but that may fall into no man's land, and yes, it does. Hickey throws his head up to the heavens. Knows that he could have just thrown away his wicket after working so hard. Partnership of 17 now. Munster Heat 123 for 7 off 27.4. Just I want to say thanks so much to Joe Moynihan there. Very informative. We wanted to chat to Joe on the stream for a long time, and it's delighted that he sat down next to us. He's a lot on his mind, and he gave us some great information there. Keep you up to date on what's going on in Munster cricket as Matt defends that one from Paul, and that'll end the over. So, run rate is starting to climb a little bit to 6.5, the required run rate. Killian continues. More of like a French cricket shot there, went between the pads of Hickey. Sun has gone away for a moment. He pulls that one, that might go all the way. Or will it get stuck? No, it goes all the way for a boundary. A welcome boundary there for the Munster Heat. Hickey moves to 17. Munster Heat require about 73 now. Still a long way to go for them. He goes aerial again this time. May beat the fielder, That it does, and a consecutive boundary there for Hickey. Starting to make a bit of a move here now, knowing that the run rate is at 6s. And once ago he goes again, but this time it's caught. One too many aerial hits. Quite possibly unnecessary that time. Just couldn't get through that stroke to get it over the mid-on fielder. And that's taken well. So Sam takes his second catch. And Max Egan comes to the crease. $131 for 8. Killian picks up his third wicket of the evening. It's a good end to the over from the Clontarfin MCC player. 6 overs, 3 for 19. Paul Ryan continuing now from the Riverlea end. Max Egan facing. Max looking to get off the strike. This time he will. Pulls that to mid-wicket area. And Killian fields that one. The Heat now can't let this run rate climb too much more. Need to be busy out there, trying to hit singles. So there's a little bit of a delay.